Okay. Hello. Happy Sunday. Let me just check and make sure that I'm actually, oh, that's very bright. Make sure I can hear myself real quick. Okay. I think I can hear, I think you should be able to hear me. It looks like you can. Able to hear me? Yep. It looks like you can. Excellent. Cool. So happy Sunday. We are finishing. Sorry, it's so dark in here. It's a very rainy day, so hopefully it won't affect too much. But we are finishing the little chonkies that I had cut out. These are, I made one, I finished one on the live the other night, and this one I just finished up this morning real quick, so I didn't have to do a bunch of thread changes because it needed orange thread, and it was the only one that needed orange thread. So I finished those up, and they're super cute. You can use them for really whatever you can fit in here, like whatever. Hey, Scoot. So yeah, you can use them for whatever you want. They're just handy little pouches to have. So we're gonna make 4 more today. I already did the top stitching on the side tabs on this one because it needed white thread, and again, I don't want to take y'all through a whole bunch of thread changes. So we need to get started on these. And before I get too far into this, the pattern is by Okla Roots. And thank you to Okla Roots for letting me film this live with your pattern. Appreciate it. She's awesome. I love Jess. And the fabric that we're using today is from Thunderbird Handcrafted. These are the little rubber booties. They're so cute. And this is her hand-dyed fabric. And then the other one is also other hand-dyed fabric, but the little umbrellas, they're so cute. And then the other two are actually going to be the same. It's the picnic print pattern and then the daisies and mushrooms. And I'm sorry, I cannot remember the names of them, but you can find them on her website. I think she may have some ready to ship. I'm not sure, but anyway. So there we go. Let's get started. I'm going to first sew the side tabs, and then oh, thanks, Scoot. And then this is going to be the exterior of the bag, so we're going to sew those together. And this time I put the fusible fleece out in my way so that I didn't forget to put it on until later like I did the other night. So let's get going. I'm going to take all this stuff over to the machine, and let's switch over to, whoops, that's not the right one. There we go. All right. So let's get started. We're gonna turn our stitch length down to a regular, actually no, I want it at a top stitch length right now. Let me move my computer around so I can see. Oh, cool. Yeah. Thanks for dropping by, Scoot. Appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it. Have fun at the shop. Let's see here. All right. We're just going to top stitch these. I had already cut them out, obviously, and folded them over, and I've got tape holding it down, but I'm just going to get them top stitched, and then we can get them ready for the just get them prepped. I'm just trying to get stuff prepped at this point. She actually has this to do later in the pattern, but I'm just going to kind of knock it out for now. So let's do that. I don't know why I did that. I can just go around. It'll be easier that way. I can Can you see? Oh, you can't see that well. Let me move this over some. Oh, that's not helpful at all. I kind of angled a little. I don't know. This arm is a little, it's in a cramped little space. Okay, and then I'm gonna just do this next one here. All right, I'm gonna get these done and then I'm gonna try to get that camera at a better angle. Let me just trim this thread. All right. And what I'm going to do this time is go. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I do have a cameraman today. Hopefully everything is set up, though, so I won't need his help. I did mute my computer this time, so I don't have feedback or an echo, which is really nice. Let me just try to move this camera around a little bit. Let's see if we can get a better angle. Oh, come on. Stop being difficult. Maybe, hopefully that'll be a little better. Let's see. I'm going to shorten my stitch length to construction stitch length. And I'm going to use, oh, I'm not going to stitch it there. That's way too small. There we go. I'm using a 2.5 millimeter for the construction. And then on this machine, I use a 3.5 for top stitching. But I'm actually going to be doing most of the construction on this machine, and I'm going to switch to Jester for the top stitching just because I have thread that I want to use for it. So, and that the thread that I want to use for the top stitching is thicker, and the other machine just handles it better. So I'm just going to keep on going with this one. This is the fun part of batch sewing. You just keep on going with the next one in the machine. There we go. Hi, Stormy. Stormy just came to visit. Okay. And here's the picnic print one. Once I get this part of the construction and the start on the zippers, I'm going to switch and do the little rain boots and the umbrellas first, because that top stitching is a different color than what I'm going to use for the top stitching on this one. And I just realized oh yeah, I did put the tags in. Thank goodness. Okay. Yeah, because I forgot to do it last time and I prepped them all, so that was smart. And the last one, let's see. Oh yeah, Mike is going to go down to the shop later. Oh, Scood. 92 degrees and no AC. Yikes. Oof. I just looked at the weather this morning and it's supposed to get up to 101 by the end of this week. So I am not amused. I don't like really cold and I don't like really hot. So okay, now I'm gonna just go around. I'm gonna pull the snip the ones that I already did that are kind of attached now. I'm gonna just pull them to the front here and snip them off so I can start and do the other sides of all of those. So just snip them all off real quick because that will make it easier. Okay, there we go. I'll start on this side. And I'm just going to do the same thing for this side. Just kind of, when I get to the end of this one, I'll put the next one on and keep going. It's surprising how much quicker doing that. It's really surprising when you batch sew how much faster you can get the time to make a bag down. That's why I try to batch sew, but I don't always pick good colors to batch sew like I did with this one, because I have to keep changing the thread and then I can't legitimately batch sew because I can't do it like this. But at least the construction thread on these can all be the same. Top stitching thread is going to be different. Okay, this is the third one. I'm gonna have to cut that other one off the end where I stopped with the first one, but I'll grab that in just a minute. Oops. It tried to get away from me. Come on. And here's the first one. It still has a side left. The last one, I should say. Okay. After I do this, I will iron the seams out and put the fusible fleece on. So that was rather difficult doing it after I put the zippers on the other night. All right. Let's take this back over. Well, actually, I'll just snip it here. One. I know it's hard to see. I'm just cutting them apart. Okay. We'll go back over to the other camera. Oh, yes, Stormy did enter the chat. I'm not sure where he went. Oh, dude, he's literally laying on my cables. Oh, all right. Well, he found a nice cozy spot. It's just where all my cables hang down. Switch. All right. So now we have our pieces, our exterior pieces sewn together. I'm going to go over here and wake up my iron. And I'm going to push the seams to the side that I'm going to top stitch. And I think I'm going to top stitch them along the top because I have the little Tazra for Artisans tag. Oh, there he is. Okay. So yeah, and he's, where are you going, bud? Okay. You found a better comfy spot. So I will just get that nice and flat. I will do the top stitching and then put on the fusible fleece. Okay, there's one. Toward the top. Did I do that right? Yeah. I'm about to do this one wrong though. The tag was sticking the wrong way. Okay, got it. Just pressing down the seams. And I normally, when I do cotton, I would normally press the seams and open them, but I'm not, because we're only top stitching one side of this, and I want both of the seams caught in that top stitching. So you can see here I've pressed them, both of them, to the top, because I'm going to top stitch along the top fabric, and they will get caught in that top stitching. So, and actually what I'm going to do is the top stitching for the for this set first, because I have to switch top stitching thread for this one. So we'll do 2 at a time. Not a big deal. I just don't want to keep switching up the thread. Oops. Okay, there we go. My computer is too far away, sorry. Oh yeah, that's a really good idea with the cooling towel. Oh good. Ice water is good. Ooh, let it warm up a little bit though. Ice water can be a shock to the body when you're really hot. Oh, yeah, I love these fabrics. This is actually from one of my favorite fabric sources, which is Thunderbird Handcrafted. She has just such cute fabrics, and her hand-dyed fabrics are phenomenal. They're so good. In fact, she has one kit left of ice dye, if she still has it. Yesterday it was still available. One kit left for ice dye. I'm going to be ice dyeing fabric in August with her. She's sold several kits. It's going to be like a Zoom call where she teaches us how to ice dye, and it's going to be amazing. So if you're interested in ice dyeing, and if she still has that one kit left, get it quick, because June 30th is the cutoff so that she can get them mailed in time for that. And it's thunderbirdhandcrafted.com, I think, is the her website. So yeah, that's So I'm so excited about that. I'm going to have my own ice-dyed fabric. It'll be great. All right. So I'm going to switch back over to the camera. Oh yeah, I do make funny noises when I find fabrics and patterns that I love. It's true. It's true. Mike telling my secrets. All right. Oops, I did it again. There. This one, sorry for a moment. I'm going to be a little, it's going to be a little bumpy because I've got to move the camera over to Jester. So apologies in advance. How's that? That looks pretty good. Okay. Yeah, ice dyeing, there's lots of different ways to dye fabric, and she is so good at it. It's ice dyeing is, you know, well, with ice, obviously. But there's a lot to it. It's not just tie dyeing, you know, it's, you do still tie the ice dyes, but there's a lot more to it, and I can't tell you much about it because I don't know how to do it. I'm going to learn how to do it in August. But yeah, and she does a lot of different ones. She's got some her hand-dyed fabrics right now, and binded and dyed are also on sale this weekend for her shop anniversary. And her hand-dyed fabrics and ice and binded and dyed, which is binding that she also hand dyes, is on sale this weekend, 40% off, which she never does. I'm super excited. I'll be placing an order tonight. But she does dyeing, and I can't remember the name of it. Jenna, if you see this later and you're like, you can't remember the name, I'm so sorry. But it's like she uses like flowers and stuff. It's very cool. Let's see. So you get like the outline of the flowers and the vegetable. I think she's done vegetables before too. It's really neat. There we go. Yeah, so I'm using navy thread on this one. It would not look as good with the picnic fabric, so. Okay, I'll just go right into the next one. Okay, and I'm actually gonna take this one out and just start on the other sides. There we go. All right. Are you talking about the comment he made about me making funny noises? It's good, because, yeah. When I get excited, I basically lose the filter on my mouth. And, you know. Or to be perfectly honest, the older I get, the less filter I have on my mouth anyway. You never know what's going to come. You never know what I'm going to say. I try to be really good on these videos, on the lives. Because I don't want YouTube to get mad at me, but let's scooch that over a little bit. There we go. Oh, I also recently got permission to to use another pattern for a live. So I'll be doing that soon. And it's one of our featured bags that I make for our shop. And oh yeah, the filters, it's gone. Yeah. But it's one of the featured bags that I make for the shop and for craft fairs. It's a dog walking bag, and I'm super excited to be able to do that live. So that'll be coming soon. In the meantime, let's go back over and get these fusible fleece on these little chonkies. Now, fusible fleece is just for, where's the camera? There it is. Gosh, it's so dark in that corner. Is that a little better? It's a little better. Fusible fleece is a stabilizer. It just gives the bag its shape, like, so it'll hold that little rectangle shape. I did interface the cotton woven with a woven interfacing because cotton, I've mentioned it before in my videos, but cotton stretches and we don't want it to stretch. So let's get this on here. And in the pattern, Jess has these little fusible fleece pieces cut just a teeny bit shorter. And actually I need to trim it just a little bit more because we don't want it in the seam for the zippers. So I'll just trim this a teeny bit because that will end up being in the seam. Fusible fleece is not as easy to get exact because it does move around on you a little bit when you're cutting. So I always like to check and make sure. Nope, that one needs just a teensy bit off too. Okay, yeah, like 1/8 of an inch I think will do it. All right, so here we go. I'm gonna put that and just kind of, I'm just kind of eyeballing it. I'm centering it from top to bottom, which I have left to right now. And I will flip it over, make sure it's still good. Fusible fleece likes to be fused from its glue side, which is the side that is down on the cotton right now. So that's why I flipped it over. Okay, that should be okay. And I don't have my heat press out right now, so we're just gonna have to deal with the iron. It's small pieces, so it shouldn't be too much of a pain. All right, let's see how that looks. Still have some spots that are not stuck. This is why heat press is easier. With the iron, I've got to move it around, and the heat press, you just kind of plop it on there and let it do its job. There, that looks better. Okay. That looks about right. Make sure it's still good. Yep, that looks good. This side looks good. So it doesn't take long to fuse it. It just takes even less time if I have my heat press. So I thought about getting it out, but for pieces this small, it's not a big deal. Oh, I think I might have gotten that pretty good on the first shot. Just go over it one more time. Just to be on the safe side. Okay. So what we are going to do now is wake up my tablet because it fell asleep. There we go. All All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and prep the 2 tabs. Let me, if I could find my mouse, that'd be helpful. Oh, yeah, thanks again, Scoot, for hanging out. I appreciate it. My Braveheart freedom. Oh yeah, the dog walking bag. You saw that on our website. Yeah, I love that so much. The pattern is from Sewn Ideas, and I love that pattern so much. Mine hangs by the front door constantly. I just realized I'm not in the camera. Mine hangs by the front door, and I use it every day. So it's a great pattern. But and I reached out to Sewn Ideas, and they said I could use it, and I was like, oh, that's awesome. And again, Jess was so kind to let me do this pattern because this pattern is adorable. I love this little bag. It's just so handy. So I'm going to put, one of these is going to have the lobster clasp. So I'm going to just go ahead and put that on there. And the other one is not. And I'm just doing this so we're ready to go later. And they'll be all set up. I'm just clipping the ends so the lobster clasp doesn't fall off. So, and then I'm folding these in half and clipping them just because. There. Okay. So I've got those ready. We've got, yeah, that's for these. That's for these. Okay. So I will switch to this one. And, let's see all my stuff in the way there. Okay. So I'm going to put this on top of these. I've got these set off to the side. So I'm going to put the fusible fleece on top of them. So I remember after I top stitch them to put it on there. And we've got these ready to go. So we're going to get the zipper installed. And that's going to be like that. And we will get, I'm going to put going on this direction. And again, I don't need it quite this long. I cut it this long because I was doing what she says to do in the pattern, but since I don't put the zipper on until later, I don't need a really long tail. So we'll just trim those off. There we go. And remelt because we don't want the zipper to unravel. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, I use a ton of tape, and that's what I'm going to do. This is just double-sided tape, 1/8 inch that I put on to hold the zippers on, so it's a little easier. And I definitely do it with this particular zipper. This particular zipper I'm trying to get used up because it was one of my earlier zipper purchases before I found out some of my preferred zipper sources, like Wawak. And this zipper it's a little thinner, like the fabric on the sides, the ribbon on the sides is thinner, and I'm not a huge fan. I mean, it works just fine, but it's sewing it. I like the slightly thicker zippers a little bit better. As you can see, it's kind of, well, you may not be able to see it. It's a little, what's the word? I can't think of the word. It's a little bumpy. We'll get this side sewn on first. And yeah, like I said, in the pattern, she has a really long tail on the zipper because she puts her zipper on before she installs the zipper. I don't. I like to install the zipper later because the it's not in the way. And with this, some bags you can't do that, but some bags you can, and this one is one you can. So some bags, if you wait to put the zipper pull on later, you can't get it on because you've sewn the zipper completely. But since this bag is constructed the way that it is, it works great. So we've got these zippers on and ready to go. And then we will flip them around. Once I've got these sewn on, we'll flip them around and I'll do the other side. And since this is construction, I'm going to wave the camera back over and see if it behaves. There we go. I think I just need to move it farther on the table. I don't know. Oh, that was a pretty good guess. So even though the zipper is dark blue, it's navy blue, and the thread is kind of an off-white, I'm not worried about it too much because you're not going to be able to really see it since it's a seam. So that's why I'm using the... It doesn't match. Oh, but I do want my zipper foot. Okay, so the zipper foot allows us to get up by the zipper and not mess anything up, trying, with the foot being on the zipper. So we don't want the foot on this part because it will just be really hard to control and you won't get good stitches. Okay. Did I change my stitch length? I don't need to. Good, good. There we go. See, that's what I'm talking about. This zipper is, the zipper tape on the zipper is just not ideal for sewing. It works. The zipper works fine. There's nothing wrong with the functionality of the zipper itself. So that's why I still use it instead of just not. If I find something that is literally that's not superior quality, I won't use it on anything that I sell. I will use it on test bags and stuff like that, but not on anything that we're going to sell. Because I do not want to have anybody have to deal with inferior products. And these are going to go in our inventory, so I would definitely not use this zipper tape if it wasn't, useful. Just because it's a little harder for me to sew doesn't mean that it's not decent quality. I hear my phone going off. I have no idea what those notifications are for. You know what I just realized I did? Oh my goodness gracious. I'm going to have to go over that exactly the same because I didn't put the lining on yet. I'm pretending that I'm basting, but I'm not. That's fun. I should not have done that. That's all right. That is okay. We will fix that. All right, so what I should have done before I did all that is get the lining piece. Because the lining piece needs to be here. That was fun. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the tape to hold it down. And then that's what I get for doing this by memory. Gonna get the tape to hold it down, and then I'm gonna sew it from the other side so that I can see exactly where I already have my stitches, and just put it right there. So I'm going to have 2 rows of stitches exactly on top of each other. That way the other one doesn't show. Maybe I'll do it just a teensy bit inside so it really doesn't show. But get the other lining piece. And you may have noticed that this is not interfaced. It really doesn't need to be because the bag is so small and it's the lining. So that's why I didn't worry about it too much. Again, cotton will stretch. That is, how was that lined up before? No, it's not. I don't know. Cotton will stretch, but again, the bag's so small it shouldn't cause a problem. There we go. Okay. Oops. Line this one up. Lining it up on the sides and along the top of the zipper. And again, it keeps, I don't know if I'm pulling it or what, but it's lined up when I start it and not when I stop. There we go. I don't like that. That's not exact. That's exact. There we go. Okay. And we're going to go over, and like I said, we're going to go over just a teensy bit inside the prior stitch line, so that you can't see it from the outside of the bag. So what I'm going to do is just, obviously I'm sewing from this side because I can see my stitches. I'm literally going right beside it. Just inside so that that first row can't be seen. Oh, come on, there we go. And that way it won't mess up my seam allowance so much, but we're still good. Okay. And from this angle, you might also be able to see why we trimmed the fusible fleece from the edges, because you don't want it in that zipper, this zipper seam. I'm going right along the edge of the fusible fleece. Putting a little bit of it in there sometimes, but not too bad. Okay. All right. So now when we open it up, we should not be able to see that first line of stitching, and it looks good. Perfect. Okay. So we're going to do the same thing on this one. Just inside, it's not, that's on it. It's a teensy bit more. Yeah, you learn over time how to fix little mistakes like this. And how to fix this is obviously just staying just inside the seam that I already sewed. But you learn to do that because we make mistakes sewing all the time. Like, I don't think I've ever sewn a bag that was 100% perfect from beginning to end. And, you know, sometimes we have to use a seam ripper. Sometimes we can just kind of cover it up like I'm doing now. It's not going to hurt anything, but you learn the way to do it over time. And this, let's see. Yep, I covered it pretty well. Cool. Now we're going to do the other side, and I will keep the lining on it this time, or put the lining on it this time. Okay, so we've got one side done. It'll look like that on the outside and that on the inside. So we need to do the other side of the zipper now. So I'm going to pull this zipper up. I've already got tape on it. I'm going to take this tape off. I'm going to pull the zipper up, making sure that my sides are lined up really well. And I could have top stitched that other one first, but I'll do it afterwards, do it all at once. Okay, that is not quite, oh yeah, there it is. That's good. All right, so we've got that. And we're going to put, where's the end of the tape? Oh, there it is. Get some tape on that for the lining side. Yeah, this part would have been a little easier if I had top stitched it, so it would have been straight, but it'll be all right. It'll be fine. Okay. Great. And we'll do the same thing on this one. Take the tape off, or the sticky stuff off. Pull the zipper up, making sure it is lined up on the side. Okay, that's good. And hopefully it's still lined up on this side. Yep. Good, good. All right. I'll get one more piece of tape. And the last piece of lining. Let's snug that down a little bit. Okay, that looks good. Just kind of tapping it down on the tape lightly, just in case I goof and it's not lined up. Nope, it's good. So I'll press that down really well. And we're back over to do the other side. And since I went just outside that 1/4 inch seam allowance, I'm going to do the same thing on this side. Actually, I'm going to sew it from this side. It'll be a little bit easier. I'm going to do the same thing on this side, just so they're even. There we go. And looks like I didn't trim that fusible fleece quite enough, but it'll be all right. Okay, one side done. and done correctly this time. Where's my snips? There. And we'll do the other side, and then we can iron some more, press a little bit more, and then top stitch. All right, there we go. Okay, make sure I didn't catch any of that. Now, because I didn't top stitch the first, I'm just making sure I didn't catch any lining on the other side. And I didn't. Good. All right. So this is the part where it matters with whether you put the zipper on the zipper pull on first or you put it on second. If I already had it here, I would have a tail right here, and I would have top stitched that first seam first, and then I would unzip it, keeping that tail together with the zipper pull, and then done the other side, because you can obviously, we're in a cylinder now, so it's going to be hard to top stitch in there. But since I haven't put the zipper on yet, I'm going to close. I'm going to see which side I'm going to put the zipper pull from. This is the front, so we're going to zip from this side, and I'm just going to take a clip, and the zipper teeth are going to start one on top of the other because they're back and forth. So I'm going to put the clip on the one that has the zipper tooth on the very top. And I do that so that I remember exactly how it's lined up when I put the zipper on. So then I can undo it. And then I'll do the same thing on this side. See which way we're going to open. This is going to be the front. Wait, did I do that one wrong? No, I didn't. All right, good. Get some. This one, this is going to be the front, and we're going to open it or close it right to left. So this one has the tooth the highest on the right. So I'll put the clip there on the right side. And there we go. So now I'm just going to press these so they're nice and flat. And Stormy is now in front of the iron. Little dude, you just find the not great places to lay down. So if you are looking at this video because you are interested in purchasing anything, that's actually a really good time to point out that we are pet friendly. If you are allergic to dogs, you probably don't. I mean, I don't like coat them in dog fur, obviously, but I do let the dogs in my studio when I'm sewing. So, and of course, you know, they're not like laying on the fabric, but they are in the room. So I know that matters for some people. I have family who have very bad allergies to animals. So there we go. So back. And then press the front. Hey, bud. Okay, thank you. You could stay there if you want. I'm just reaching over you. That pressed really well. That's done. That one is ready. And again, I'm just pressing it so the seam is nice and flat. So when I go to top stitch it, it looks nice and crisp. I do it from the lining side first, just to make sure that is really good and away from the zipper. And also because it's not interfaced, so it irons even more flat than the other side does. But then I'll flip it over and do the other side as well. Well, why is that? And this one wasn't cut correctly. I'll have to trim that later. And pressing the last bit here. I'll tell you what, this is, I like doing lives because I don't know how to edit video yet, but time to second guess yourself in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, pretty much. I like doing lives because I don't know how to video edit yet, so that'll be a thing in the future. But I definitely see the use for pre-recorded videos because you can cut out the boring ironing stuff. So, but anyway, today you get to iron with me today. So, all right, so this is going to be a top stitch. So we're going to switch it back over to Jester because she is the one with the navy. Oh, come on, camera. There we go. All right. Is that? Yeah, that's pretty good. And I'm just gonna, like I did before, top stitch. Now you will notice I'm not using a zipper foot. You may notice I'm not using a zipper foot. That is because Jester can do straight stitch and zigzag stitching, and the zipper foot, I'm not a fan of it for this machine. So I just put it in I put her leg in the little valley between the teeth and the fabric, so I can still get a good top stitch and without using a zipper foot. It is harder to actually sew a zipper on with her, though. I like sewing the zipper on with Birdie because I do have that zipper foot that I really like that works really well. So make sure this is nice and flat. I didn't. Oh, yep, that's good. Okay. Now, if you're using a different type of fabric, you may not be able to press this seam before you do if you're using vinyl or something. But since I was using cotton, it does just make it a little easier to press it. But you can just finger press this and hold it down while you sew. You can do it that way too. Don't want to lose that clip. Let's do one more, yep. And I just hand cranked that because I didn't want to run over my clip. Oops, I just dropped the other one. All right, there's one down. I'm starting to think I need to oil her. She's not sounding as pristine as usual. Yeah, she sounds a little rough. I should be able to get this, just the little bit of top stitching I need out of her, but then after I finish these bags, I will have to oil her so she runs a little more smoothly. All right, I am taking the clip off this time because it's in the way, but I'm going to put it right back on as soon as I get this top stitch started. Okay, there we go. Okay, that top stitching is done. And I am going to, sorry, this is going to look weird on the camera, but I am going to lift her up real quick just to make sure nothing looks wonky. I mean, she's got oil. She looks good there. I'm not going to take the time to take the top of her off, but you can see, actually, that's a really good angle. You can see like there's a lot of moving parts, and it's on the back, inside, on behind this cover, and then the top of her has a case as well that you can unscrew and lift off, and then underneath this bed there's a lot of moving parts too. So I frequently need to put just little drops of oil here and there to make sure she runs well. Okay, so we've got the zippers top stitched, and now we are going to yep, got that. Okay, just checking the pattern here, make sure I don't skip anything. Okay, yeah, I've got to do the lining now. So I noticed when I was sewing these, I was putting these down, they didn't look even. This one looks good. So you can see I've got about the same amount here as I do here overlapping. That looks good. And I'm going to fix this camera. It's so dark in here. I don't want to. Let's see if I can get you any closer. That's a little better. I'll try to remember to push it up farther. Let's get these out of the way. But when I overlapped on this side, one of the sides did not look even. That is not, I think it's this right here is not straight. So I have to take care of that. Line that up. No, it looks straight when it's lined up like that. What is going on? Let's do a wider one and just measure. I'm going to get these out of the way completely. Okay. So I'm just going to pull this out. Gonna get it tucked up in here. Yeah, it's definitely off. This is 3/8. This is a half. So I just need to snug it down to where it's 1/8 of an inch at the end. Okay, good. All right, we can do that. That's easy enough. And we want 1/8 of an inch at the top and lined up exactly at the bottom. And there it is. There we go. Now it should line up well. That looks good. It's still a touch off. Just trim a teeny bit more off. That's better. That's better. All right. Got, yeah, good there. Yep. All right. That's much better. Good. So now what we're going to do is we have to put the linings, we have to sew the linings together and leaving the turning hole. So I'm going to measure. This one's going to be on top. I'm just going to kind of pop in here. I'm going to use the, I did get some more air erasing markers. I use these air erasing pens. But I'm going to use my heat erasing because that air erasing, I used it earlier this morning and it went away pretty quick. But this way I can just iron it and it'll be fine. So this piece, just kind of eyeball centering it. I just want to leave enough room to turn the bag through this section. So I'm going to sew from this end to this line, lift my needle, come all the way here, this line to the end. And that's what I'm going to do on both of them. Okay. And I know I mentioned this on my other live where I was doing the first two, but if you are interested in making these yourself, this is not, my video is not intended to be a tutorial. I give you tips along the way, yes, but it's not intended to be an outright tutorial. And if you want to see a fantastic tutorial for this pattern, Jess at Ochre Roots, she has a YouTube channel as well, and she does tutorials a lot. That's actually how I found her in the first place. And she is very, very good at teaching. So I would highly recommend watching her videos if you want to learn how to make this yourself. She also is working on a book, and the book just went live for pre-order. So I'm super excited. It's not going to be out until August of next year, but it's already on pre-order and I've got mine. Very excited about that and excited for her. So we're going to move back over here and switch back to the other machine, because if I try to sew this cotton that has no interfacing, Jester will eat it. This is how Jackie does it, not necessarily the best or the way the designers had in mind. That's very true. Yeah. And I mean, we all do it. I need to go get a sip of water real quick, but sewists don't typically, follow the pattern exactly. I try to the first time I make a bag, but sometimes the way they do it, it just doesn't work for me. And sometimes the way they do it is a new way and it works great. It's, you know, it really just depends. But you'll see, even Jess does it in her videos, her tutorial videos. She'll tell you when she's deviating from the pattern a little bit. But, oh, I don't want my zipper foot. So yeah, I mean, in sewing, there's a lot of different ways to do the same things. And don't ever let anybody tell you your way is wrong. If it works for you, it's right. The zipper on, unless it affects the construction of the bag negatively or something like that. Like, you definitely do not want to put uninterfaced cotton like this on, oh, I didn't move the camera yet. That's funny. Let's try this again. Okay. You definitely don't want to put uninterfaced cotton like this on the outside of a bag because your bag is it's gonna stretch and you don't want the bag to stretch. So something like that, obviously, that's just, you know, the construction of the bag. But a good example is the zippers. I've pulled the zipper apart. I'm going to put the zipper pull on later. And that's perfectly fine. Just does it in the beginning and has a long tail. That doesn't work as well for me. I'm not as good at getting into the smaller space that creates, like she is. So, you know, stuff like that. It's the way that you want to do it is the way it works for you. And I realize that this thread is showing a whole lot on this fabric, but I'm okay with that because this is the inside seam and I'm not too worried about it. When I do the top stitching to sew the bag up, I will definitely switch to a color that matches this better because you'll be able to see it from the inside of the bag. I'm going to backstitch really well on each one of these lines because it's going to get some abuse when we turn the bag out. We don't want it to rip. So there's that. So you can see I just sewed from the end to the line. I picked up my needle, dragged it over, and from the line to the end. So I'm going to trim my threads. Come here. There we go. Yeah, I know. I know I do, Mike. I was thinking, you know, Prime Days. It's over tonight. Maybe we'll need to place an order. I don't know. We'll see. If I get another camera, I need to get another arm too, unfortunately. Because it needs to go behind the machines or whatever, like this one that I'm using now does. Backstitch really well. And lift the needle, scooch over here to the other line, and start again, and get the clip out of the way. That would help. Where's my line? There's my line. Okay, get that clip out of the way too. Might as well. All right, we will snip these threads and then go back over and I think I'm going to need to put the zipper pulls on next. But we will double check the pattern so we don't screw it up. Because that's when I screw it up, when I don't double check the pattern. So. Okay. Here we go. So now we have these two sewn on the sides. We're going to use this hole here to turn it out. I am going to press this open real quick. Let me switch to the main camera. I'm going to press it open just so it's easier later. I need to get rid of those. this will give it just a crease in that hole so that when I go to sew it up, it'll be easier for me to do. So just that. And I'm just going to pull it nice and tight so that it, even though it's not sewn in the center, it should pull out. Yeah. So when I was, where's the camera? Where's the camera? When I was sewing, this, the sides are sewn, the inside's got a big hole. So I just started ironing it on one side, pulled it taut so that it laid down the same way, and then ironed over it. That'll help me a lot when I go to close up this bag or these bags. So I'm gonna open up the seam on this side. Go here to this side, pull it nice and taut, and it'll just lay down nicely in the center where the hole is. There we go. All right. Ow. Okay, so now we are going to, yep, I need to put the zipper pulls on. So this bag is clearly inside out, but I've got these zipper pulls. Let me switch to the other camera. It'll be easier to see. So I've got my clip on the side that's on the top. So I know that that one is the top tooth. So what I'm going to do is take the zipper pull. I'm going to put it on that side first. And then slide this one in. Hopefully you can see it. I can't look at the camera right now. And then push the zipper through. And you can see where this is the side that had the zipper tooth on top. And I got it lined up really well the first time. Now what I'm going to do, I did this the other night. I'm going to zip it all the way through and then pull the zipper pull off. Now I'm doing that because I want the zipper closed on both ends. So I'm going to open up this end again, put the zipper pull back on. This particular bag, not all bags, you don't always, oh, see, there I didn't line it up properly. It's all wonky. Hopefully you can see that. But there we go. That's better. Some bags, you want it to be open on the end. This one, you don't, or at least I don't. In the pattern, she does have it so that it's open on this end. I have trouble keeping zippers lined up properly when they're not zipped. So that's why I pull the zipper pull all the way through so the entire thing is zipped inside, and then put the zipper pull back on. So that's it. That's what happens. Now we're going to do this one. I've got a slightly different zipper pull for this one. My mouse doesn't need to be in the way. So this time the left one is on top. So I'm going to put that one in first. And there's no rhyme or reason for putting the top one in first. It's just so I remember which one it is. It doesn't really matter which one you put in first. Oh, that's not lined up very well at all. I'll go back. Pull that down just a touch. This zipper tape is also a little harder to thread the zipper pull on. And I am going to put it on the right first. I'll just try to get this one higher. It doesn't really matter. But since nope, got the left, or got the right one on top. I'm right-handed, so it's just a little easier for me to put it on that way. Ah, got it. All right, so that took about 4 times. I don't know if you were paying attention, but that took like 4 times for me to get it. So if you don't get it the first time, just keep going. It'll get there. It'll get there. And I'm going to do the same thing. Pull it all the way through. Pull the zipper pull off. Start back over here where I just installed it and install it again. And it might take 4 times to get it lined up again. I don't know. We'll see. Sometimes when the zipper's already done, it's a little easier. Yep, a little easier right there. Just because the zipper is not flailing about. It's like already zipped like an inch down. So, okay, we've got the zipper pulls on. Now we need to mark our centers of the exterior. So to do this, we're going to take, remember there's a line there. So we're going to take that and line them up really good. I'm going to trim these, or just put a little snip right there in the center. Little teeny tiny snip. Same thing on the other side. Line these up really well. Pull this out and put a little teeny tiny snip. And same thing on this one. That. And last one. All right, I'm making these snips really small. I need to be able to see them, but I don't want them to be outside of my seam allowance so that they can be seen when I sew this all up. So you can see it's really small. That I don't know if you can see it, but it's only about 1/8 of an inch. Same with the other side. It's only about 1/8 of an inch. That's all you need, just so you can see it. And then we are going to start. We're going to put the pulls, the tabs in, and then we're going to fold it up and do the actual bag construction. So we want the tabs with the lobster clasp to be where it is when it's zipped, I think. Is that, yeah, where it is when it's zipped. So when this is zipped, it's going to be on this end. So I'm going to put this tab right here. I'm going to line it up on that zipper. That's not true. I'm not lining it up on the zipper. What am I doing? Lining it up on the mark we just did. Lining it up right here on this mark we just did. And the center mark. Just like that. And then we're going to put the one without a lobster clasp. Make sure I still have that on the right side. I do. We're going to put the one without a lobster clasp on the other side, again, on that mark that we clipped there. So just right like that. Make sure it's lined up correctly. It's centered really well. Make sure this is centered really well. Yep, that one's, well, that just shifted a little bit. Okay. That's centered well there. I'm going to grab the other two and do the same thing. The zipper is going to close on this side. I'm actually going to do it from this side. It's a little easier to see it's centered. Okay. That is centered. I'm sorry. I know you can barely see this. There we go. It's a little better. And then center it there. Okay. And I'm just going to sew these on at an 1/8 inch seam allowance to hold them so they don't shift while I'm doing the actual bag construction. So I'm just going to come over here, and they're so small. This is technically it's basting it on because it's inside the seam allowance, but I'm going to do a short stitch. Usually basting is a long stitch. I'm going to do a short stitch just because this little dude, it's so small. And I didn't turn the camera around, so hopefully you can see this. But I'm just going to do a quick stitch instead of the clip. There we go. And I'm sewing it on really well because I really don't want this to shift when I'm constructing the bag. Okay, I'm going to do for that one, I think. And then we've got these two, and we can get to the actual construction, which is so fun because the way this bag comes together, I love it. Alright. And get the lobster clasp in there really well. Ah, get over there, thread. Come on. All right, there we go. Uh-oh, I might be needing to change my bobbin out. It should get through these bags, but I don't think it's going to get through the other two. Okay. Here we go. This is where the magic really happens, or starts to happen, okay? We're going to take these corners, these centers that we marked where we just sewed our little tabs on, okay? We're going to line it up with that zipper. Make sure everything is nice and even. Line it up with the zipper, and we're going to clip that in place. Just like that. So the little mark that we made to center it, let me bring it up closer. The little mark we made for the center is lined up on those zipper teeth. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. I'm actually going to come around this side of the table because it's just easier not having to lean so far. So I'm going to do the same thing. Center that on there, clip it in place. Because the zipper teeth are going to be directly on the very top of the bag. So that's why we're lining that up so well. Now we're going to flip this around, and we're going to put the seam from the lining right in the center of that zipper tape. And then we're going to clip that in place. Same thing on the other side. Seam in the center of the zipper. And just move our clips to include everything. And now I'm going to lay this out and make sure it looks even. This one doesn't look even. I think I need to move this over just a teeny bit. If you have to adjust any of it, you want to adjust the lining side because that way it's less noticeable. Yes, that looks pretty good. I think maybe over a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. So I'm going to clip that. Throw another couple of clips over here on the sides. I'll go over here and check. See, that actually looks pretty good right from the start. So we're just going to do a couple of clips there. All right, that one's good to go. I'm going to do the same thing on this one. And just lining up that center clip with the zipper teeth and with the edges of the fabric here. Amen. Flip it over, do the same thing that we did before, the seam. I'm actually going to lay it out, make sure it looks right from the start. Yep, that looks pretty good. I'll double check it. But I think we are good with this one. And this side, same thing. We're just laying it out. Make sure it's even. That's not in the center of the zipper. There it is. And that looks great. Okay. I'm gonna double check one more time, make sure these are even. They are. And make sure these are even. They are not. Need to take it to the left just a touch. I think that'll do. Yep, that should do it. That's why even though I laid it out before, you know, when I clipped the first time, I still double check it just to make sure we're good to go. And we are. So now we are going to take this back to the machine and we're going to stitch both sides. Hold on one second. Gotta hydrate. We're going to take this over to the machine and stitch both sides. And try not to knock off my other thing there. Oh, I knocked off my microphone receiver. There we go. Okay. So we're going to do this at a little bit bigger seam allowance on the sides, which is fine. Not a big deal. I'm going to do it from this side, I think, because I am going to need to trim some of that lining. Well, it's going to get trimmed anyway, so it's fine. But here we go. All right, a little bit bigger seam allowance. And we're just sewing all the way from one edge to the other. That's it. We're sewing through the fusible fleece, all of it. I'm just going for it. And you might want to slow down when you get to the zipper. This is a metal zipper, so you can't, or excuse me, this is a nylon coil, so you can sew through it. But I'm slowing down because this is, I can feel my lobster clasp in here. And I want to make sure it's out of the way. It is. And I'm going to go slower over the teeth. Just because even though it's a nylon coil and you can sew through it, I have broken needles on them before. So I just like to go slow. And then I'm going to back stitch. Yeah, Birdie is not pleased with the thickness of this. Because there is the tab, the fusible fleece, the other side with the fusible fleece, the zipper, the lining. This is as thick as it gets. And she is not amused. Huh. Do you want me to use Jester? I can use Jester. No, she's fine if it's not, as long as it's not on the... I think I am going to do the rest of these on Jester. I'm actually going to go over this one with it as well. Let's move that over. Oh, that didn't work out that way. How's that? What does that look like? Oh, that looks weird. It's not. Is it too far? No, not far enough. All right. This should do. This should do. It's a little dark, but it should do. Okay. So I'm going to do it on this machine because this machine can handle a lot more thickness. And, yeah. So you can see what... No, you can't because it's in the way. Where is that? There it is. You see all this? This is nesting, and we don't want that. Birdie did that because she was mad about the thickness. So I'm going to just trim a bunch of this thread because it won't matter if it's there or not. Just going to trim it out of the way. Actually, I'm just going to use the seam ripper because I really don't want that in my seam. That's a lot of bulk. It's not necessary. So I'm just pulling that out with the seam ripper. Can you see over here? Yeah, you can kind of see over here better. Okay. Wow, this really nested badly. Birdie was just having none of that. Which is fine. And she did okay on the other one. I don't know why she was fussing with this one, but it's all right. Come on. Oh well. Just lift it up. Yeah, it's still in there pretty good, but I do want to trim this mess. And yes, this could unravel, and that's fine. I'm going to do the same thing that I did with the zipper. I'm just going to sew just inside the seam allowance so that you can't see this from the outside. It won't have any effect on the actual construction of the bag. It'll be fine. But I just don't want it to cause a problem later down the road. So, and in fact, I'm going to sew on this side so I can see it really well. And here we go. Just inside. That is. Okay. Slow down. There we go. Okay. And now this one I'm not as concerned about slowing down over the zipper. I was feeling where my, whoa, that messed up. I don't like that at all. I'll pull that out. I was feeling where my lobster clasp was. So I wasn't worried about that, but Jester can power through a lot of things. And when I went back over the zipper, it kind of went into this inside more than I wanted it to. So I'm just going to pull this out real quick. Not a big deal. Come on. Get out of there. There we go. Now it's back in line. Okay. So I'm just going to trim that and sew right over it to keep it locked in. Keep those stitches locked in. I just didn't want it that far from that far out of the seam allowance, because you would have been able to see that on the outside of the bag. There we go. So we're just going to do that back stitch to lock those stitches in, and we're good. Yeah, she does not sound right. Oh, she's shredding thread now. What are you doing, Miss Thing? Okay. She is, I don't know if you can see that, but she's shredding thread. This is going to be the most secure side of a Little Chonky in the history of sewing, because I'm going to have to go over it a million times the rate we're going. I'm just trimming down I don't think you can see this in the camera. I'm just trimming down those threads real quick. I need to find out why she is shredding thread. Is it the thread's fault, or is it her fault? Or is it my fault? Okay. Let's see what it looks like in here. It feels like, oh, she's wrapped around something in there, I think. Just get this thread out of the way. Oh, let's go up. think. All right, yeah, I think she was caught on something inside. All right, I think we're good. Let's try this one more time. Okay. All right. She seems to be okay now. She's not threading. She must have been caught on something in there because she's fine now. That was weird. All right. Put my clip bowl over here. This one does not have a lobster clasp on it, so I don't need to worry about the hardware. But I still am going to go backwards over this again like I did on the first one. She's doing it again. She's shredding thread again. Okay. I'm wondering if it's that zipper. That could be the problem. Yeah, wow, she just toasted that thread. I think it's the zipper. I'm not going to go backward over the zipper anymore. I think that's what's causing the problem. She really just doesn't like it. But I was going backwards over it to give it a little more strength over that zipper. But I'm not going to know. I'm just going to sew over it and know that my stitches are good. Yep. That's what I'm going to do. What? All right, I've got to rethread the whole machine now. Okay, not the whole machine. We'll just go from here. There we go. Now it's in the loop. Sorry, I know you guys can't see this. And it's kind of hard to see because it's a blue machine and I've got blue thread. Didn't think about that before. Oh, I just missed that. Come on. There's a little tiny hole at the top of the machine where I have to put this through. It's a little arm and it's not wanting to go through. Why aren't you going through? Ha! I got it. Okay. And this is why I didn't want to go through a whole bunch of thread changes, because this machine is not as quick to thread as the other one. It's still not bad, it's just boring to watch on YouTube. So make sure she's not caught on anything in there. I don't think she is. Okay. Get that through. All right, let's try this one more time. Again. And I am not going to go over the zipper twice because I think that might be what's making her mad. 3. All right, don't get mad at me. Just sew the bag. Yeah, she was fine. I think she just really hates that zipper. Alrighty then. That was a lot of work to discover that. That was only one bag, y'all. Still have to do the other one. Oh, all right. Here we go. Now that we have hopefully solved the mystery of why Jester keeps shredding thread. Let's see. This is not the one with the lobster clasp, so it should be good. Yep. Yeah, she just did not like that zipper at all. That is really odd because she usually has no problem going over zippers. All right, that's all right though. This is the zipper tape I'm trying to use up, so. Just another vote from Jester not to get this particular zipper tape anymore. Where's the, there it is, okay. I feel the lobster clasp, it's not in the way. Now that's how fast it should have taken on the other bag. All right. There we go. I need to switch my clips over too, because, oh, that is short. Why is that thread so short? Come here. I don't want you to go away. There we go. Okay. Get these back. Switch cameras. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Okay. So, just putting my clips. Whoa. It's like they multiplied. Okay. So now we're going to take these and trim these edges. Oh, you can't see that. Trim these edges here just to remove the bulk. So we don't want that in there. So we're just going to take this and go nice and close, but not so close that it unravels. And then I'm going to trim it up toward the zipper, but I'm not trimming the zipper. I might actually trim the zipper a little bit, but not at this point. We're just going to cut these edges off. Getting close to the stitches, but not so close that it unravels. Angle up at the zipper there. Okay, I am going to trim this off a little bit. I don't want it sticking out quite that far. Okay. Melt that down so it doesn't unravel. Being careful not to catch the cotton on fire. Actually, there, that's good. All right, we'll do the same thing for this one. And this is just to remove the bulk for, because these are going to be the corners. They're going to be little corners, so we don't want them really, really hard to poke out. Okay, melt the ends of that. Whoa, don't catch it on fire. There we go. This side needs a little more. There we go. There we go. All right, that's better. Okay. All right, so the next step is to turn it part way out. So we're going to take these and we're going to turn it partway out, just so that the lining is on the outside. The exterior is still going to be on the inside, but the lining is going to be on the outside. So we're just turning it partially, because then we're going to box the corners. And that's what turns it into that cute little rectangle shape. Stuff that in that hole. Bring it all the way out. Now, when in the pattern, when you do this, this zipper will be partially open. You notice my zipper's closed because I closed it all the way up, right? So it's not a big deal, because I'm just gonna move that zipper and open that up. It's that easy. So I'm not gonna do it fully yet though. I'm gonna get my turning tools. Here's the other one. I'm gonna use this softer one here to just start on the lining corners. And then I'm going to, when I get in there with the exterior fabric as well, I'm going to use this. This is actually a book thing. It's like a, I forget what they're called, but it's a thing for books. And to like making books. But it's too strong for just this little bit of cotton fabric. It'll just poke a hole right through it. So I don't want to do that. So I'm going to use the softer one to kind of get it started. I'm just in the lining. I'm just inside the lining. Just trying to get that kind of started so that when we get on the inside, it's a little easier to do. Just being nice and gentle, since this isn't interfaced and it's cotton. All right, so that's good for that for right now. I'm going to do the other one too. Shove it in the hole. There we go. All right. And for those of you who are unfamiliar, this is the term for turning the bag out this way is birthing the bag. You can probably tell why, but there are different ways to make bags. Some of them are birthed like this. Some of them are drop-ins. They have a drop-in lining. Some of them are bound. It just depends on the bag and how the designer designed it. These would be rather difficult to bind. So, okay. So I think I did a pretty good job with my fingers there on that lining, but I'm gonna just double check. It's with cotton. That you can make this bag with a variety of fabric. But with cotton, I like it because it gets a nice good point on there. So now, like I said, I can unzip it from the back and just open that up. And now I'm going to take this tool and I'm going to very gently but firmly poke these corners out really, really good. See what a nice point that gives on that. I'm going to do that on all four corners. So one thing she does stress is getting this step, not skipping the step. You really want to do this step and do it well, so that your finished bag looks really nice. You've got a nice professional finish to it. This one is a little bit wonky. There we go. So I'm just kind of finagling it inside and on the outside, pulling against it. Again, being gentle but firm, because I don't want to poke a hole in my bag. All the bags that I make, this is a pretty quick make, but I've put a lot of time into it. So, significant amount of time. Anyway, a couple hours. What time is it? Anyway, yeah, a couple hours so far. So, just gonna put that in there really nicely. one was a little more difficult to get, but it's done. Okay. That one looks pretty good. It's a little more bulky in the corner there, which I don't know why. Maybe I didn't cut it down far enough, but I think it'll be okay. And then this last one, that one's just not being, there we go. That one, just the exterior was bunched up inside. So just pushed that out. Or spread it out, I should say. All right, so got that nice and done. Now the next part, this is also really important for how your bag is going to look in the end, okay? Because you've got, it's a two-tone bag. Sorry, I'm going to take another sip of water. It's a two-tone bag, so you want to make sure that these line up. I'll show you on this one. You want to make sure that these, like this one's a little bit off. This one's pretty much spot on right there. This step is the step where you're doing that. So we want to peek in there and make sure they're lined up really nicely like that. Hold them in place, moosh it down, because this is going to create this seam right here. Okay, so we want it really good there. Okay, now I'm going to take my, this time I am going to use, no, I'm not. I'm going to use the heat erasing marker, because when I did the other marker, it was, or the other pen, it disappeared really fast. Okay, so I'm lining up this with the seam, and then I'm just going to draw a line across here. Whoops, of course it moved on me. There we go. And I'm going to clip this in place. I've already made sure that they're lined up, but it doesn't hurt to double check. Yep, that's lined up pretty good. And I'm going to do that to all 4 corners. Well, all 8 corners, because I've got 2 bags. So I'll just take a couple of minutes here. I'm going to smush it out. Measure that line. Up a little bit more, okay. Of course, this means I'm going to have to iron the corners just to get rid of that ink, but that's all right. When I finished the second orange one this morning, I used the new air erasing markers. I had to replace mine because it ran out of ink. And when I did that, it disappeared so quickly, like much more quickly than I'm used to. And it's the same pen that I had before. It's the same brand. I don't know why it did that. That one is, okay, that one's lined up well now. And this one, it's lined up well, but the exterior is not. There we go. That's better. Okay, the exterior, you want the exterior all the way up against that lining, so it doesn't pinch or bunch on the outside. And it just didn't want to do it for a minute. So got that one. Okay. And last one for this bag. Just line that up really well. Oh, it's bunching up on the inside too. So I'm just going to stick my little pointy tool in and spread it out. And then line those up really well. Also, if you're interested, there is a tool on Shop Okla Roots. I think she still has it up. For this bag, it's a template set, and it has a template to help mark these corners so you don't have to measure like I'm doing. But I don't have it, so I'm measuring. But yeah, so let's do the same thing on this side. Lining up the corner. Why does that corner not look centered? That's weird. Get out of the way. The zipper pull was getting in my way. Oh, it didn't look centered because I didn't have it lined up inside. Now it looks centered. Okay. And we're almost done with these two bags, and then I will switch to the last one. I am going to keep doing it, even though it's the same steps over and over again, because I need to get them done. And quite frankly, in my opinion, I saved the best for last. I love, like I said, I love Thunderbird Handcrafted fabrics. But of the ones that I chose to do, these two bags and the other two that I'm going to do in here in a few minutes, the picnic fabric with the daisies and the mushrooms is my favorite. I love this little rainy day fabric, and I don't, again, it's not called that, I don't think, but I love it. It's adorable, but the picnic with the daisies and the mushrooms is just so nostalgic to me. I love it. So, and that was, I think that was part of a kit. I'm not sure, or this one was part of a kit. Yeah, this one was part of a kit. That's how I got it. Don't know if she has any on her site ready to ship. Okay, make sure this one's lined up. That exterior is bunching up again on me. Just move that out inside. Make sure I'm still lined up. Yep. Why is that being weird? Okay, there we go. And last one. Whew. This step does take a little time, but it is so worth it. It is so worth it to get everything lined up properly, and then you don't have to go and rip seams out and do it again. And if you just take the time now, you won't get frustrated later. So that's why I'm doing it. Making sure it's still lined up. Yep. Again, this is being weird. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right, now we're going to go over to the sewing machine and sew these corners. And I am going to do them on Jester, because when I did them on Birdie yesterday, she about had a fit. So I'm not going through that again. And I know this is going to be blue on coral, but I'm okay with that. I'm not going to worry about it, because it matches, it goes with the rest of the bag, and they're in the inside corners. It's not even going to be noticeable. So that's what we're doing. Come back here. Ah, shredding thread again. Darn it. So it wasn't the zipper. Oh, that shredded so bad it just broke it. All right. Nope. It's shredded way up high. What is happening? All right. Maybe it's just a bad part of the thread. I don't know. Let's trim this and try again. I don't know why she's shredding this thread so badly. I'm hoping it was just a weak point in the thread itself and that it's not actually my machine. Fingers crossed. I just pulled the thread way out, and threw away a bunch of it, because if it was just a bad spot in the thread itself, then hopefully I just pulled it past it. I don't know. Or maybe it just doesn't like this thread. So I don't think this is the first time I've used this particular thread. Not this brand of thread. It's the same brand as the other ones I use, but... Okay. No, it feels okay. Okay. So far, so good. Let's see how she does on the others. Okay. One corner without incident. That's good. That's making me even more optimistic that that was just a thread issue and not a gesture issue. Fingers crossed. Let's pull that out a little more. All right. Sometimes that happens with thread. You just get a spot that wasn't woven as well or whatever. But it's unnerving because at least in the beginning, you don't know if it's your machine doing it or it's the thread or what. And this is thread from Wawak, which is where a lot of my thread comes from. And I haven't had a problem with it before, so it's entirely possible, probable even, that it was just a bad spot in the thread. What was that? Oh, Mike sent me a link of something. Just sent you a checklist on what causes shredding. Oh, yeah, thanks, hon. That's really looking like it was just a bad spot in the thread. All right. Lined up. There we go. Oh, there. Okay. Almost there. Now, Jess does something really smart in her tutorial video. Number one cause is the needle. Yeah, that was going to be my next thing if she kept doing it, was to change the needle. Jess, in her tutorial for this bag, she suggests after you do each corner, like I'm doing now, she suggests stopping right there, opening it up, and making sure it's still lined up. I'm a rebel. I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to just hope for the best. And if I have to unpick something, I'll do it. Come on, back up. There we go. So, we shall see. Hopefully they are all good. Actually, let me go wake up my iron, because that's the next thing I'm going to need, and I'm sure it's asleep. Yep, it's asleep. Give it a couple minutes to heat up while I'm doing this last one. That's good. And since you mentioned the needle, Mike, I mean, clearly it's doing good now, but since you mentioned the needle, I think I might actually change out the needle. I don't remember if I changed it after my last backpack or not. So I'll just change it out just to be on the safe side. All right. Now go back to the overhead cam. I'm just going to clean up these. Well, I should probably, before I clean up those threads, I should probably just check the corners like she said. Yep, that one's good. 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 Woohoo! All right, one bag is good. That one's good. Yay. That one's nope, that one's good. That one's lined up. Well, gosh. I'm so pleased by that. I'm just going to clean these threads up here. Come on. Being very careful not to catch the cotton on fire again, as I mentioned before. Ask me how I know. Cotton does not smell good when it's burned either. There we go. Those look good. Those are really long. Some of these are really long. Gosh. Usually I'm better about trimming them close. Especially on cotton bags where I don't want to damage the cotton. So far, so good, though. All right. The other reason, I do this for two reasons. One reason, it just looks better. Overall, if you can't see the threads sticking out, like random little hairs. But the other reason is because, it also helps the back stitching is to keep the stitches from coming out. But when we do this, because it is not cotton thread, it's a synthetic thread. When you do that and you mush it, it melts and it'll kind of melt to itself on the edge. So it's just a little extra stability there. All right, so the last thing we need to do is sew this hole up where, oh no, last thing you need to do is, not the last thing, the next thing we need to do, switch over to the main camera because I'm going to got to get rid of these heat pen markings. Just takes a second. They disappear really fast, but even though I used black and I can't even really see it now because the thread is blue, but I don't want to, I know it's there, so I want to get rid of it. There we go. All right, now we need to match the overhead. Now we need to sew these centers up, and that'll be it. But before I do that, I'm actually, because I'm not going to sew it, I'm not going to use the navy because Jester will eat this stuff. I'm going to wait and do this last. I'm going to close this up and the other one's up, but I will at least show you what it looks like. So here are the little, because I don't want to change out the thread again with the colors, because I'm going to have to do that on Jester anyway. I don't want to have to do it on Birdie too, so I'll just sew up the holes on these two later. But look at that, look how cute that is. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. And this little guy. Got those corners. There we go. And I can steam them, and to help get rid of some of these little wrinklies. But oh, look at that, so cute. Oh my goodness, how adorable is that? And there's a little lobster clasp, so you can hang it on something if you want. Mike says, now I want a digital microscope to inspect the needles and look for damage. Oh my gosh, we don't need to do that, honey. So he's down there going, don't spoil my fun. I wanna. All right. So now we are switching over to this. I am going to take a very short break. I don't know who else is on here besides Mike, but I'm going to take a very short break because I have been hydrating and I need to rectify that situation. But I will be right back. If there is someone on here besides Mike, don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I'm going to take off the microphone because that would be embarrassing. All right, there's the microphone. Okay, I'm gonna get some more water now. Come back over, get the microphone back on. And we are ready to go. All right. So first thing we need to do is top stitch this and then put the fusible fleece on. Actually, the first thing we need to do is change the thread on Jester. So I'm actually going to move this camera so you can see, because it's kind of neat. Hopefully I can move it enough that you can see. Where's the little knob that moves? Aha, look at that. Found it. Hopefully it's not Blair Witching you guys too bad. This arm is supposed to make that not happen. You can kind of see. That's a weird angle. This is the top of my sewing machine. My sticker that says, sorry, can't sewing by. But this will at least give you an idea of what it's like to change the thread. Just pull out the old thread, this navy. Let's switch it out. This one is also from Wawak, and it's like the same thread. I don't know if you can even see that. Yeah, it's like the same brand, same weight. Everything's the same. So I think it was just a bad spot on the thread. And this thread I've used several times on this machine. So if it causes a problem, the next thing I'm going to do is change the needle. So we put it in here. We come around here. Can you still see? Sort of. All right. We put it around a little piggy tail. This is probably where you're not going to be able to see it as well, but comes down in this little hole, wraps around, goes through another little hole, goes through the tension mechanism, up through another little hole, and down to the needle. And goes through another little hole, through that, into that part. Okay, and now, oh, now I can't thread a needle apparently. The eye of the needle is not cooperating. There we go. Okay. And then, okay, now we need to get the bobbin thread. And this is probably going to look really weird from that angle because I need to lift the machine. Yeah. Where? Oh, God. My stiletto just fell in the hole. Here we go. Okay, filling underneath my machine. So this is the bobbin thread. If you're interested, I'm just going to wind that back up a little bit and put it in the case and pull out. I already wound this bobbin because it's really loud when you do it, and I didn't want to torture you all with that. Let me just plop this back in the bobbin case down here. Okay. Let me move this back up. Oof. Turn it around. Okay. I think, not quite. Okay, there we go. And last step when the threading machine is not dropping your bobbin case. Luckily it stayed closed. You just hand crank that one time until it gets all the way back up at the top like that. And then pull the bobbin thread up. There you go. All done. And let me grab these two from over here. Move my needle position so I can get that 1/8 that I like. Okay. Oh, I could have just kept going with the second one. Oh well. So this is working pretty well so far. I don't know if you can see it really well, but I love this fabric because or this print in particular, because it looks 3D. It's not, but it looks it. It's so neat. Oops. That did something wonky. Too far. That's all right. Nope. Line that up better. There we go. Okay, and one more. Oh, gosh, didn't mean to pull it out that far. That's all right. Just trim up this first one. Okay. And we'll do the last bit here. And then we put the fusible fleece on. Gosh, I can't believe I forgot to do that the other night. So frustrated. Yeah, I remember to put the fusible fleece on the orange ones that I did the other night, but not until after I had already installed the zipper, and that was really not ideal. That was kind of a pain. So let's switch to move my computer here. All right, switch to main cam. All right. Make sure, yep, it's still awake. Does it have water? Yep, still has water. All right, see if I need to trim this or if it is good. Yep, I need to trim it just a teeny bit. And actually this one, no, this one too. Just a teeny bit. So I'll just, right here, just take a second. Not a big deal. I just need like an 1/8 inch off both. So it's pretty easy to do. There we go. All right. And back over here. You should line up nicely now. Yes. And it should be out of the seam allowance for the zippers. So it'll be lovely. All right. Here we go. And again, if you weren't here before, but you're seeing this now, gosh, it's so dark in this corner. The fusible fleece has a glue side, and that's what I'm trying. Oh, it got mad. It took too long. And that's what I've got against the fabric. I'm just melting the glue with the iron. And I think I got it pretty good the first time, so I'm just going to go over it real quick. And once that sets, we'll make sure. Just double check. And I'm doing the same thing with this. Glue side is against the fabric, so I want to make sure that I've got that closest to the iron. It just works better because fusible fleece is pretty thick. So I think these are going to be really nice stable ones because this fabric, this particular fabric is a little bit thicker. So the fabric plus the inner facing plus the fusible fleece, which is normal, we normally do, but starting with a slightly thicker fabric to begin with, it's going to be really, they're going to sit up so pretty. I mean, the other ones sit up pretty too, but all right, moving back to the beginning of the pattern so I don't mess anything up here. Oh, yep, we need to do these. Let me switch the camera. Okay, we need to do these. So we're just going to do the same thing we did before. And that is, we're going to take these, cut them in half. So this is actually 2 tabs, not 1. Cut this one in half. And like I said at the beginning of the video, I've already top stitched this one because I wanted the top stitching to be white instead of the off-white that I'm using for the rest of the bag. So that's what we're doing. That's why it's already done. We're gonna put our clips on one side and not the other. So this will be a set, and this will be a set, or those two will be a set, I should say. And these two will be a set. So we'll do, yeah, that's the back. Put that little guy on this side. And just fold this little guy in half. All right, so those are ready when we need them in the construction phase of the bag. So we're good there. So now we're going to use the zippers. We're going to do the zippers. And I've got this red with red coils. So it's very, very red with red pulls. I thought that would make the picnic and the mushrooms pop nicely. So we're going to get some tape. Move these up. And this time I'm not going to forget the lining. I can't believe I forgot the lining on the first one. That was so silly. I'm just going to go ahead and put the tape on all 4 edges so that it's ready to go. Okay. Got these. This is going to be the front, so I'm going to do those first. And again, I cut them per the pattern, but I don't need them that long, so I'm going to trim some off. Trim this one down as well. Remelt the edges. Again, zipper tape is not cotton, so doing this melts it so it won't unravel on you later. Oops. It's not stuck all the way. There we go. I want it to go this direction. Yeah, I want it to go that direction. Okay. Right up at the edge. Get another layer of tape to put the lining on. All right, so this time the lining that we're using is a linen. So I did interface it because it's even thinner than regular cotton, like a regular quilt cotton. So I did interface this linen. So definitely want to make sure I get the right side down on this one. Line that up nicely there and there. That looks good. All right, here we go. This is just such a summery fabric too. I love it. All right, I'm gonna do this. Okay, got that. I'm almost out of this roll of tape already. Wow. I use 1/8 inch double-sided tape, probably more than, well, not probably, for sure, more than any other tape that I have. I have to buy them in bulk. I love my tape. All right, that's nice and straight. Okay, yay! Now we're gonna go over to the machine and sew these up. As soon as I turn my computer again and go to the right camera. Oh, we're not going to do it on Jester though. This is a construction stitch, so we're going to do it on Birdie. And pull her over. How's that? Oh, that actually, I thought we did a slight tilt. Seemed to be a little better. Maybe like that. Maybe down just a scotch. Oops. And the arm's not wanting to stay. Stop doing that. All right. Hopefully that's good enough. Hopefully. Okay. So this is the construction stitch to get the, to install the zippers. And I'm going to move that thread bowl over there. Well, actually, I don't even need my zipper foot because it's far enough away that my foot is out of the way. Ha! That's handy. All right, we're just going to do it this way then. I've been switching my feet each time, but I don't think I need to. No, she's doing just fine. A lot of times it's much closer to the zipper. This one is farther from the zipper teeth, so This is very unusual that I can use my regular foot on a zipper seam. Okay, let's do this side. Okay. Yeah, this is nice. I've made several of these, and I've switched out my zipper foot each time, and it never dawned on me that my foot would fit. I just never questioned it. I just always did it. Which is funny. It's funny to me. But now I know I don't have to take it off and switch them out. Okay, so I am going to, I think I'm going to press this, but I'm not going to top stitch it just yet. So I'm going to press it, and then I'm going to go back to the table so we can get the zipper on the other side as well. But since this fabric is thicker, I am going to press it so it stays out of my way a little bit better. Let's go over the main camera. Just press this real quick. I'm going to do the lining side first. And again, I'm just pressing this to keep it out of the way when I put the other zipper on, and then I'll come back and top stitch. I think I'm even going to put a couple of clips on the sides, because I almost caught the lining when I was putting the other side of the zipper on the other bag. I almost caught the lining in it. I don't want to do that. So, and it was just because the lining wasn't out of the way as well as I thought it was. I got lucky. Okay, make sure it's lined up. Oops, off a little. There it goes. All right. And clip these out of, ow, that was hot. Hot fabric. Okay, so switch over to, what is a construction stitch? It's just the stitch length, really. The construction is the construction of the bag. So like this is a top stitch, because it's holding stuff down. Well, it's covered now, but it's holding stuff down and making it look nice and neat and professional. But this, what we're going to stitch here, is actually part of the bag. Like if you didn't do that, your bag's going to fall apart. So if you didn't do this top stitch, your bag wouldn't fall apart. It wouldn't look great, but it wouldn't fall apart. So the construction is when you're actually doing that. And those are the seams that are typically hidden, like this seam right here that you sew from the back. And when you do that, you want a smaller stitch. So it just holds it a little bit better. And it depends on the fabric too. If it's a vinyl or something, a larger stitch is actually better because you don't want to perforate the vinyl. But the, yeah, that's what it is. And when I do a top stitch on the, on Birdie, I will use a 3.5 millimeter, whereas a construction stitch on Birdie is typically, at least for cotton, is 2.5 millimeter. But on Jester, I just have her set for one width. Like if I'm sewing on Jester, you're just getting that one, and I have no idea what it is. It's probably, it's like around 4, maybe 4.5. She doesn't have the settings the actual number settings like Birdie does. She just has a dial, or a little, not a dial, a lever. So I just kind of eyeball that and I'm like, yep, that looks good. I like it. And I've stuck with it because it's, if I'm sewing a bag and I want the top stitch to be even all across, it's really hard for me to change the stitch length on Jester and then change it back to make it match. So I just leave it. Okay. And there we go. There's that one. Nice. It's mostly lined up. Yeah, that's good. That'll do. That, and then we'll do this one. And we're just pulling that zipper up to the other side. We're doing right sides together so it shows correctly on the outside of the bag. And tape down all the way across. And get the lining taped on. The lining tape on, I should say. Ooh, yeah, if that's getting loose, that's almost done. And that looks good. Lined up on the side. And along the top. Make sure it looks good on this side. Oh, it looks a little short on this side. That's weird. Oh, it's okay. It was just the way it was laying. All right, so now we're just going to go over and do a stitch down here to keep the zipper on. I'll be right over here. All right. Okay, so like I said, my stitch length is at 2.5 millimeters, closer together, so it's nice and stable. The 2.5 millimeter, I don't know why top stitching is longer, except that it just looks better longer, to be honest. A 2.5 millimeter of top stitch looks weird. Alright. And I'll do the other side. Oh, this one's gonna look so cute. I'm so excited. I mean, they're all cute, don't get me wrong. But I love this fabric so much. I am gonna have to change that bobbin soon. I don't think I'm gonna make it through this one. We'll see. I know I said that earlier, but it's just getting lower and lower. That's the nice thing about that is, where's my thread cup? The one nice thing about Birdie is that Birdie is computerized, Jester is not. Birdie will tell me when I have to change the bobbin thread. Jester will just keep on sewing. And it'll be like, surprise, you've been sewing for 10 inches without a bobbin stitch and your stitches didn't work. So that's always fun. Why isn't that going? There we go. Just gonna iron the other side of this so I can do the top stitching. But yeah, with Jester, it's kind of like playing bobbin chicken. I've run out of bobbin thread quite a few times, and for those of you who are unaware, the bobbin thread and the top thread go up through the fabric, loop together, and come back down. So you have to have both. And I need to check where to put my, where I'm going to put my, oh, I'm not in this thing anymore. Where I'm going to put my zippers. I almost forgot that step. But I want to open this up to finish ironing it and top stitching. So this is the zipper's gonna be on this side, zipper pull, and the left one is taller. So I'm putting a clip on the left one, on the left side of the zipper, because that's where it's taller. And if you were just tuning in, I will explain why when I get there. Is that the right side? Yeah, that's the right side. Okay, and this one, we want it on this side, and we want it, the right side's taller, so that the right side will get the clip. That's for when I actually put the zipper pulls on the zipper tape. But again, well, it'll make more sense when I get there, so I'll just explain it then again. I'm going to open these up so that it's easier to iron and top stitch. Okay, it's lined up well. And pulling out the lining, getting it ironed down first. Okay. There we go. All ironed, we can switch back over to Jester to do the top stitching. Well, that's Birdie. Let's switch over to Jester. Move this arm over. Yeah, it's pretty good. All right. I'm going to do the same thing that we did for the others. We're just top stitching this by the zipper so that it looks pretty. And because it's far enough away, I can, yeah, let me get rid of these clips because I don't need it held down anymore. I can just put my foot right there and I can top stitch nicely because that's how I do it on Jester. She usually fits unless the zipper is really close. But this one's a pretty good ways away. There we go. Oof, that didn't sound good. These are right there. For just a sec. All right. Put this clip back on so I don't forget where to put my zipper later. Snip these threads. Snipping the threads, and then we will do the top stitching on the other side. Make sure it's still lined up correctly. Yep, that's good. Okay. was about to push the other one off. Had to move it. Yeah, she needs oil. Promise, right after we're done with this, just get me through these two. Oh, I could have just put the second one in like I did the first time. That's all right. No biggie. Okay. There we go. So yeah, I would not normally have a problem. Like if anybody wanted to see me oiling this machine, I would be happy to do that. I just feel like it would be boring to watch. And quite frankly, Sailrite, this machine is a Sailrite. If you're interested, because you're like mechanically inclined and think it's cool, Sailrite does have a lot of good videos on their machines. So, including how to oil them. It's one of the reasons I love their machines, because I can do a lot of the work I need to on the machine. Even when it's not a normal thing, like oiling is a normal thing. My other machine I don't have to oil because she's not an industrial machine, but this one you have to oil. Every once in a while, like every once in a blue moon, I might throw some oil like down in the bobbin area on the other machine. But like this one, I mentioned earlier, I showed you all she's got just moving parts everywhere. She's 100% mechanical. So she absolutely has to have the oil, or she'll bind up. But Birdie doesn't need the oil except occasionally, like in the bobbin area. So I don't, or I'll put it this way, I've never oiled her anywhere except for in the bobbin area, because that's where the most of the mechanical things are, I guess. I mean, it makes sense that there's other mechanical things in there, obviously, but I just haven't ever done it, and I've had her for ages. So there's that. Okay, we've got two. Ow, I just hit my toe on the corner of my desk. Oh my gosh, that hurt. For those of you who don't know, I fractured my toe a couple weeks ago, and I just bumped it on the table. That hurt really bad. All right. Now we're going to do the linings, put those together, and there we go. Now eyeball the center, make my mark. There and there, that looks good. I'll put another clip over on the side just so it doesn't get wonky on me. Okay. Do the same thing here. Make sure they're lined up. There we go. Put a couple of clips. Okay, kind of eyeball it in the center-ish because it doesn't really matter. This is just where we're going to turn the bag through. There's that. Okay, so I'm just going to go like before. I'm going to go from the edge to the line, lift up my needle, pull the fabric through, drop my needle back down at the other line, and go to the edge. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to switch back over to Birdie for that. Yeah, I really do want another camera. I know, Mike, I said I don't need them. But I do. I want it. Moving this one in particular, I need to get a better angle on it, and moving it is not going to be easy. So, there's that. right. Oops. The thread was all twisted around the needle there. All right, here we go. I'm going to backstitch really well once I get to this line. 2, 3, 4. Sure. Mike has entered the room.
Sailrite believes in right to repair because people are out on ships and boats and they got to fix their own stuff without getting help.
That's very true. I don't know if they could hear you. Sailrite is, they want their customers to be able to repair their own machines, because a lot of these machines, including the one I have, are actually made to go on a boat. The Ultrafeed LS and the Ultrafeed LSZ are both portable industrial machines. And that means that instead of a giant table and a giant motor, it has a little smaller motor and a smaller table. Or you don't even need the table. You can use the case as the table, which I did for quite some time before Mike built my table for me. But it's meant to be on a ship. It's meant to be, you know, when it breaks down, you need to fix it because there's no machine mechanic on the ship with you. So you got to do it. So that's why Sailrite has so many videos about how to fix their machines and how to maintain them as well. I love it. I think it's great. Thank you for bringing that up, Mike. He's left the room. I don't know where he went. Okay. But that being said, even though they want their customers to be able to fix their machines, I will also say that their customer service is top notch. Really very, very good. So even if you're on a boat, if you can like make a call when you get into port or whatever to see about fixing your machine, you can call them and they walk you through whatever you need to do. It's really good. Okay. And again, I think I've said this each time, but I'm backstitching really well at the openings. Excuse me, because it's going to get tugged on when we turn this back out. So I'll make sure it's good and sturdy. Okay. Trimming the threads, and then I'm going to go over to the iron and open the seam up and get it so that it's easier to sew in the last step. Move my big knee around. All right. So again, I'm just going to open this seam, iron it down, and that'll make my life easier later. So that's what I'm doing. Whoops. Come on. And even though that's where the opening is, if I get it started with the iron and I just kind of tug on it, this linen's not doing it as well as the cotton does, but tug on it and kind of just mush it down with my fingers, there we go. Yeah, I just had to do that little extra step of mushing it down with my fingers. Linen is cotton. It's a cotton linen. I'm talking about the difference between this cotton linen and the cotton woven that I used in the last bags. That fell down and it was like, oh, I'll just lay here really, really nicely. But this linen is not quite as cooperative. And this is not, this linen is not Thunderbird handcrafted. It's just a staple random linen that I've had for years. I was like, oh, this would be a really pretty color for the back, for the inside. So I used it. Because I am really bad about hoarding fabric, and I need to stop doing that. I need to use the fabric I've got. And then buy more, of course, but, you know, need to use it. Don't want to hoard it. Okay, the next step we're going to do is, what are we doing? We're going to mark the centers, but first, I want to put the zippers on. Yeah, I think I want to put the zippers on now. The zipper pulls, excuse me. I'm going to switch cameras because it's easier to see close up. There we go. All right, so this, and I've mentioned it before earlier in the video, but in case you didn't watch or you didn't hear me or whatever, I want to make sure this is what I do. This is not what Jess has you do in the video in her pattern, because she already has the zipper on and she has a long tail and the zipper pull sits out here. I don't do as well with that way, you know, that's just not my preferred way of doing it. Even when it's like that, this is still kind of close to each other, and I have a hard time getting the top stitch to look good when I do that. So I don't put the zipper pull on until now. And I have the clip on it because the zipper teeth obviously go one after the other, right, left, and I want to know which one it started with so I can make sure it lines up correctly. Yep, got it. And now I'm going to pull it all the way through and pull the zipper pull off. I'm doing that because I can remove that. I'm doing that because I am going to, when I fold the bag and sew the sides. Did I get that right on the first shot? Haha, I did. When I fold this down, sorry, I'm just pulling the zipper pull a little farther through. When I fold this down to sew the sides, I want both ends of my zipper closed. That's another reason that I don't do it the way that Jess does it, because she has one of her zipper tape is open on one end, and I am terrible at lining it up. So I like to do it this way. And this one, the left was on top. I'm going to get this out of my way. So the left tooth was on the top. So get that. I don't even know if I'm in the camera. I hope I am. Yep, left tooth on the top. Yay. Okay. And again, pulling it through. And then just undoing it a little bit to get the zipper pull back on. Oops. That got mooshed up in there. Don't get mooshed up in there. There you go. Left on top, left is on top. All right, let me put that down about midway. Yay. Now that we've got that, we're going to mark our centers on the exterior. And to do that, we're going to just line up where the two pieces come together. We're going to line those up, pull it out here, and make a little snip to mark our center. It's just a little tiny snip so you can see it, but it's not going to be in your seam allowance. Teeny snip. Okay, same thing over here. And this is because this is where we're going to put the little tabs, and also where we're going to line it up on the zipper. And that, I know I've said this several times already probably, but the way this bag comes together to me is just like magic. It's so cool. All right, so let's get our tabs. I'm going to put where the zipper closes, I want the lobster clasp. So I'm going to put the lobster clasp on this end. I'm going to turn it around so I can see that mark a little bit better. And clip that there. And then on the other side, I'm going to have the one that does not have the lobster clasp. Put it centered on that center mark we just snipped. There we go. Same thing on this bag. It's going to close here, so we want the lobster clasp on this side. Centered like that. Turn it around, do the other one. All right, and now I'm going to take it back over to the machine real quick and sew these down. I don't want them to shift when I'm doing the actual construction, so I'm just going to sew these down real quick and take care of that. I mean, they look secure with the clip, but they really do move around on you if you're not careful. So there's a lot going on when you're actually doing the construction part, and this is just one piece I don't want to have to worry about. So I'm just going to sew it at a 1/8 inch seam allowance so that it doesn't show. It's not in the seam allowance at all, or it's within the seam allowance, so it's not going to be seen. That's what I meant to say. Okay, that one is sewn down. And then, where is it? There it is. This is the one with the lobster clasp. Where's my other one? I thought I brought them both over, but I didn't. Okay. Oh, how close are you? It's going to yell at me on this one. I'm close enough with the bobbin thread. I know what's going to happen. So I'm just going to unravel this. I'm going to have to create a new bob. I was really hoping I could get away with that, but I can't. So I'm going to raise this up. You can maybe somewhere. I don't know. It's not going to let me do it over there. But I got to wind a bobbin real quick. It won't take but a minute. Sorry about that. And this machine, I don't think this one's as loud as Jester when I'm winding a bobbin. This back. Okay. Yeah, it's much quieter than Jester. All right. Why is this thread sticking out? Sorry, y'all. I really thought I had enough on that bobbin. Clearly, that was not the case. What is it doing? Oh, good grief. Okay. And I'm just doing a full, I have a little bin of bobbins. I have this little bin of bobbins here. Oh, you can't see that very well. All of the little bobbins with different colors. And so when I do a new bobbin on this machine, I just do the whole bobbin because I know I'm going to use it eventually. Let's put a nice full bobbin there. Let's pull this back down. I don't do that as much on Jester just because I don't have as many bobbins, to be honest with you. I need to get some more. I usually try to kind of guesstimate how many I'm going to need for a project and just make that many on hers, but oh goodness, come on, get in there. There we go. And pull that bobbin thread through. Where's the All right, back in business. So again, we're just gonna sew this little guy on so he doesn't go getting messed up when we're constructing the bag. Oh, I think it just moved. Darn it. Yep, it did. Okay. Oh, I'm just gonna clip it again. Make sure it's nice and straight, centered. There we go. All right. Now I can do that better. Okay. That's one bag, and I thought I brought the other bag over, but I did not. So I'll grab that one. Oops. Ah, all right. Okay. There's the third tab we need to do. And here's the last one. This is the one with the lobster clasp, so I need to make sure it is not getting pulled anywhere. All right. Whoops, that's just going to stay where it landed. Oh, that shifted a little. There we go. All right. Now we can fold this bag up and turn these rectangles into a little bag. There we go. Okay, so we've got our zipper in the, we've got our zipper in the center. I don't know if you can see it in there. And we've got our tabs sewn on. The first thing we're going to do, just like the others, is we're going to line up the tab with the zipper teeth and line them up on the sides to make sure they're even. This is the exterior we're working with right now. So I'm just going to clip those two exterior pieces together. And do the same thing over here, lining up the tab, the center of the tab, and the center where I clipped it with the zipper teeth. And then clip that. Again, just still working with the exterior. And the bottom, the interior rather, I'm going to leave it at that. You want the seam, if everything worked out correctly, you want the seam along the center of this zipper tape. And it looks like it's just about perfect there. So I'm going to clip that. Just pull these off and get all 4 layers in there. And then line this up. Same thing, make sure it's about even. It is. It's centered. We're going to clip that. Then we're going to double check and make sure they're even. They are. Hey, that was cool. That was fantastic. And then clip along the edges. Same thing over here. We're going to make sure they're pretty even, and they are. Add a couple more clips to the edges. Do the same thing on this one. And when you're doing the one with the lobster tab, you really want to make sure that lobster tab that lobster clasp stays down inside the bag. You don't want it to get in the way of your needle. And this one did get a little sideways. That's annoying. Oh well. Okay. Get this exterior done. Let's do this exterior side. Lining up that little center clip mark thing. The center of the zipper. Flipping it over. Lined up with the center of the zipper. That looks like it's going to be... It looks like it's going to be pretty good. So I'll go ahead and clip that. Same thing over here. Lining those up. Getting the clip on all 4 layers. And double checking this side looks good. So put a couple more clips. And this side, I thought that looked a little wonky, and it does. I think we're gonna need to have this come this way just a bit. Yeah, that looks good. That's better. Okay. Yep, there we go. That's good. Okay. So now we're going to go to the machine. I'm going to do this on Jester because because Birdie didn't like it earlier today. And I'm going to go down and do these, and then we're going to turn this rectangle into a little bag. And it's so clever. I love it. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need another camera. That's it. Oh, that's not low enough. There we go. Get my clips. Oh. All right, I want this 3/8 of an inch. So I'm going to do it there, move my needle. I think that's 3/8. Yep, it's 3/8. And I'm going to flip it on this side. This, nope, lobster clasp is on the other side, so I'm just gonna keep on going. Okay, I'm just gonna keep on going with this one. And this one, the lobster clasp is up here, so I'm gonna pay special close attention when I get there. Okay, it's down out of the way. Okay, and we'll snip some of these threads. Snip these 2 apart. Flip it around and do the other side. And again, this is where the lobster clasp is. I want to make sure it's good and out of the way. Move all this. out of the way. We're good. Okay, and clip this guy. There you get in there. Okay. All right. There we go. Snip those apart again. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do here is trim the zipper a little bit. I don't want it quite that long. So just trim that down a little bit. And then I'm going to have to remelt it, which is fine. Okay. Get rid of that. Yeah, that melts so much faster. It's much better zipper tape. Okay. Although I did get a little of the, I can smell the fusible fleece. That didn't smell good. Come on, melt. There we go. Okay. So now we're going to trim this down. I feel like these are going way faster than the other ones. We're just trimming this down to get rid of the bulk in the corners because they're going to be corners. Oop, not too far. I need to check that. I think I might have cut into the zipper. Okay. Is it here? Yep. Ha! I did not cut into the zipper. Thank goodness. Okay. Good, good, good. Throw this away. And we get to turn. I don't know why, but the vid image is blurry on the TV, but phone is okay. Well, that's really weird. I wonder if it's like because the TV is bigger and there's more pixels, maybe it's blurry there. I don't know. That's really weird and distressing. Thank you for letting me know, hon. So if anybody is watching this and they notice that, I apologize. Okay, oh, I'm doing this all off camera. I'm flipping this inside and out. I'm flipping this inside out through the little hole that we made. Just shoving it all through there. We're keeping it so that the lining is on the outside and the exterior is on the inside. For now. Because this is the way it needs to be to box these corners. Okay. There's one, and I'm going to go ahead and start. Again, I use the softer pokey tool on this part because the lining, I don't want to poke a hole through the lining. Oh, I need to get that with my finger first. That is really deep. Okay. And it just kind of gets it started because we're going to do it from the exterior as well. And Mike is in here to see if he can figure it out. Was it like that before, or is it just recent it did that?
It's like watch on screen.
Mm-hmm.
It's doing the same thing there. It's kind of choppy and blurry.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it's doing on the TV. It's not doing it on the phone.
That's so
On
weird.
my video image on the phone.
And I don't have a bunch of tabs up. That's like legit all I have. Yeah.
It did right there just for a second.
Yeah, it did do it right there. That's so weird. I don't know what's going on, y'all. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm almost done, hon.
I realize that. That's why I'm coming up.
Okay. Okay.
I think it's the Wi-Fi.
I think it's the Wi-Fi.
It's connecting because when it chops, I noticed your Wi-Fi antenna signal goes down.
Oh, okay. Well, so we need to switch companies.
That's not going to change the Wi-Fi signal. That's inside the house infrastructure. No,
well, I'm going to blame it on them anyway because I don't like them. Okay, so we've got them all like this. And I'm going to open up this zipper. This is where we're going to do the exterior and do that. Just like I said before, you need to take time to do this. If you're going to build one of these and you're going to put all this time and effort into it, now your fabric and your materials, don't skip this step. You really want to get these corners poked out really nicely and get the insides lined up, which we'll do in a minute after I get these corners started.
I'll make a bet on video playback.
If
we watch this after it's live, that'll all be smooth.
I hope so.
And I know how to fix it.
Okay.
Oh, how'd you get over?
I don't know. Did you back? Yeah, you backed it up on your phone. Okay.
Anyway.
All right. Thanks,
I know how
hon.
to fix it.
Okay.
You're
Thank
not gonna
you.
like it, but I know how to fix it.
Then tell me after I'm done with my life.
I will.
All right. So again, I've got the pointy tool, the harder one. Still going to be super gentle while being firm. But I don't want to poke a hole through this, but I do want it to be a nice, crisp corner. I'm going to do it on all four. Okay. That's good, I think. Nice, crisp corner. Oh, this one's being weird. Maybe if I pull it out. Okay, there we go. I think that's better. Okay, so I got that one done. I'm going to do these real quick just to get them started. Oh, this one's going to be, I'm going to have to pull that around a little. There we go. Oop. That one's good. Okay, that one's good. And this one is saggy. There we go. It's better. Okay, come on. Why are you being like that? Okay, there we go. That looks good. Okay, so now we need to line these up. I'm going to put some clips out here so I have them ready. But we need to line these up so that your edges match, like we talked about before. This is now on the inside. You're going to need to make sure those are lined up. So we're going to smush it like that to make a little triangle. Make sure we're lined up. Also, make sure your exterior fabric in there is all the way against your lining. There we go. It's lined up. That looks nice. And we need to put our mark where we're going to sew. Okay. Oh. Raise that up just a touch. Oh, there we go. The exterior fabric slid out of this one a little bit. So I'm clipping that one side and then there we go. That's better. Okay. Same thing all the way around. Just keep on matching them up. Making sure they're spread out nicely on both sides. Okay, I think that's good. And then I'm not left-handed, but I guess I can draw a line against a ruler. Okay. This part is a little monotonous, but worth it in the end. Oh, that one's not pushed out all the way. Okay. There we go. Oh, that one's way off. I was not pinching that evenly at all. There, that's better. Okay. Got 4 corners done on this one. Just do these real quick. Well, as long as it takes, but hopefully not too long. So we are almost there. And that is one of the things that I have to watch when I'm making a bag. I start getting really excited about this point when I know I'm so close to being done. And if I'm not careful, I just end up screwing it up at the last second because I'm so excited I don't pay attention as much. So I need to not do that. I know this is an issue that I have. So I'm going to do slow. Don't cut any corners, you know, so to speak. No pun intended. that smushed out. That looks good. My right hand seems to be holding the ruler down better, so using my left hand to mark it is not ideal. I'm not left-handed. I'm not, you know, but I don't know. Gotta do what you gotta do. Okay. There's that. I really hope this whole video is not like choppy like that. That would make me very sad. Go over it again with my right hand because I can't press hard on my left hand or the line gets wonky. You don't want that. Okay. Matching that up. There we go. Okay. We're almost there. Make sure we're lined up. I'd switch the video feed rate. Yeah, I did. Okay. All right, here we go. Oh, come on. Oops. Definitely want to make sure to get my threads cut really short on this because using a lighter to clean them up on this light fabric, it will show a scorch mark really fast. Okay. All right, there's the third one. Oops. Trim that a little bit better. And again, I should probably be checking each one of these corners, but I've been pretty lucky so far, so fingers crossed it stays that way. Oh, that one was gonna sneak up and get me. I'll push the exterior fabric out. Oh, I probably should have put my needle down first. Okay. Why aren't you backing up? There you go. Okay. All right, we're gonna do this one, and then I'll check the corners real quick, and likely just go over and press the corners to get rid of these black lines from my heat erasing marker pen. And then we'll close them up, because this one actually does have the right color on Birdie, so it'll be, we don't have to switch threads for this one, which is nice. Okay. Cool. We're almost there. Okay, my watch is reminding me to move. I am moving, just not my feet. Two more to go. Two more corners, not two more bags. Okay, last one, and then we get to check and see how they look. Fingers crossed. All right. I'm just going to check them while I'm sitting here real quick. That one's lined up. We're good there. Yay. Okay. That one's good. That looks good. Whew. All right. We're good on all of them. Give me just 1 minute, and then I'll be right back at the machine. Just want to, not even a minute, actually. Well, the iron's got to heat up. But I'm going to just close these up. Actually, I'll go ahead and move the, I'm going to close it up on Birdie, so I'll move this camera while that's heating up. Okay. It's not very hot yet, so it's taking a little extra time to get rid of that pen. There we go. Throw some steam in there and that really gets rid of it quick. There we go. Okay, it's done on those. And almost there. Just two more to erase here. And last one. There we go. All right, so the last step. Slide over here. Okay. We just need to close these up. So I'm going to reach in here and pull the exterior away. Like that. And then I'm going to clip this edge. And I don't know if you can see, but it's easier to clip because of how I pressed it earlier. So it's going to actually want to lay where I want it to lay, which is nice. Oh, why aren't you? There you go. I said that and then it decided to act silly. Figures. Okay, I'm trying to get this where you can see it, but okay. A little clip. And another little clip. I'll do the same thing on this one. Okay. Oops, clip there. And there we go. Okay, we're just gonna slide that under. There we go. And that's way farther up than I needed to be. Huh, that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I'm going to use the stiletto because this linen is acting strange. It'll be easier for me to hold it. Okay. Are you stuck? You're stuck. Poof. There we go. That's going to make it easier. 2, 3. Come on. Okay. That is there. And snip that. And hopefully this time I won't go so far back to start, because that was silly. Yeah, I see where the hole starts now. Okay. That's better. That's much better. I started a good 1/2 inch too soon on the other one, which is not a big deal. It's just the more it curves, the harder it is to sew. So in that particular place, it was curving quite a bit. So I just made it more difficult on myself. Okay, and this one is going to end here. So I'm going to hold that down with the stiletto. All right. All right. Let's go back over to the main camera and actually move it so it's a little bit lighter, I hope. Yeah, that looks a little better. All right, so here we are. So just I'm going to clean up these threads real quick. And real quick, because I don't want to do any I don't want to leave any scorch marks on my linen. So far, so good. Yep. Come on, there you go. That's better. All right. I think those look good. Check the bottom. Oh, actually looks pretty good. Got those close. These look pretty good too. Oh, this one's sticking out. That's good. Oh, this one's sticking out too. Oh, another one sticking out just a bit. Yeah, I think the rest of them. Oh, nope. One more. There we go. All right, and I know that I got to clean these up because this is the one I just did, and it was, as I was doing it, I was like, nope, I'm going to need to clean that up. There we go. And this one, I think, yeah, that one looks good. Well, maybe a little. There we go. Okay, so here we go. Let me turn my computer around. Oof. There we go. Okay. There we are. Oh my gosh. I think these are cuter than this is really, I think. Oh, they're so cute. This is cuter than I even had anticipated. This is so cute. Look at that. Where is it? Where's the camera? There it is. Look at that. Oh my gosh. No tag. Oh. Oh my gosh. These turned out adorable. And yeah, I'll sew up the I'll close up the other ones that I did earlier today later. But because you can see what they look like without closing them up. So I will do that in a bit. Oh my goodness. These are just the stinking cutest. Look at this. Oh. They're just, this is just too cute. All right, I'm switching to the other camera so I can get all of them. All right, here we go. We've got all of these. Look at these. They're so cute. Look at that. Oh, and then we've got these little guys. These little baby dragons. Little baby dragons. They're adorable. This was from the other night. And then we've got Rainy Days. I don't think that's what it's called, but just what it reminds me of, which is perfect for today because it was an icky rainy day. It was a good day to stay in and sew. You guys, these are just so stinking cute. So anyway, thank you. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. If you liked this video, please give it a like. If you are not subscribed and you would like to subscribe, please do so. Very new channel, so I don't have very many subscribers. So it'd be awesome if you could support me in that way. And yeah, if you're interested in any of these, keep an eye out on our website. I will eventually get these listed unless they sell at the craft fairs first. So yeah, that's it. Thanks so much for joining me, and I'll catch you later.